All right, so the part we left off on is we're not able to delete one of these yet. And we probably want to do that, but we fail out on the back end. Yeah, so those are all network failed requests. Which I think we're going to want to handle in some, like, batched way. Like, if we have X amount of requests fail within 10 seconds, we show a generic 500. All right, so our token loads here. Let's try this again just to be sure. Delete. We don't delete it. Is that because we're not even sending that request? We do have delete keyword there, and let's double check where we're at. Yeah, we're not making that request. So yeah, that's not going to do anything. All right, so then this is going to be keyword service. Delete keyword. So keyword to delete is some state that we need to maintain. But we're maintaining that state here, so it's actually, no, it's just the single keyword. So then it is keyword.id. Anish, do I use AI tools? I'm using Super Maven in VS Code. Yep, how's it going, Mikris? All right, so then yeah, that'll basically never be a problem. Hold on, let me double check one thing. Uh, yeah, I did that wrong. Yeah, I had these backwards. So actually, we were checking for that here. Yeah, good catch. I may have had the whiskey in me. So yeah, that would have explained why the delete keyword wasn't happening. But there we go. Looks like we've got delete working. Might have been a little bit of a whiskey situation. Yeah, it may have been a whiskey problem. Yep. But okay. So we've got the delete working. I'm going to call that good. Adding a new one. LOL. Sure, why not? The notifications and events part we're going to make prettier, but we need events to actually show, and I'm not sure how I want to do the notifications part yet. What's up, Metal Rudge? It's a cool name. What kind of metal do you listen to? And what's up, Data? Hey, how's it going? Yeah, Data. I feel like haven't seen you over on YouTube before. You're the same. You're the same one Data Zero I remember from Twitch, right? So yeah, man. Thanks for hanging out over on the YouTube. The YouTube channel's nice if you want to listen to your own music instead of the synthwave I've got going. So yeah, you get to like pick and choose. If part of the reason you're here is the synthwave, well, yeah, no, I get it. But also, if you want to listen to your own stuff, you've got the option on YouTube. Datus. That donation was probably the Turkey earthquake thing that we did like 2 years ago, maybe. I think that's the only charity stream I've done. Pretty sure. Yeah, it has been a while, Data. So yeah, good to see you. For everyone who's unaware, Data's over on YouTube right now. So yeah, I don't have any way of like merging the chats. Yeah, thanks, Data. It's my favorite thing to do. I picked going into becoming a developer advocate because I think it's an easier way to stream still without having to change my schedule too much. Anything that lets me just keep streaming. That's the goal. One of these days, maybe I'll launch a product that makes actual money. We'll see. We'll see. Let me see something real quick. Hold on. Quick work thing. Jeez, he is stacked tomorrow. And what's up, Krasner? How you doing? Okay, so we've got adding and deleting keywords. For notifications, we can kind of just do nothing for those for now. So I'm building a tool to listen for mentions on Blue Sky, but not necessarily like tagging someone mentions, more like, more like just a keyword being used. Yes, exactly, like a single keyword. So if someone like, mentions Get Kraken or Get Lens, boom, right? We can totally just do that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how, like, what a good pricing model would be. Like, how much do you think it would be value-wise? Like, I don't know about, like, $5 a keyword, but maybe, like, $5 per X amount of, like, events per month? A YouTube scraper? Yeah, that could be cool. Yeah, I think that would be a good one, too. And I may end up doing something similar, right? You'll beat me to the YouTube thing, but yeah, I do want to add like more than just Blue Sky to this eventually. Blue Sky is just the easiest low hanging fruit because of ATProto. But yeah, realistically, you could scrape the transcripts. Yeah, Data. Blue Sky is a Twitter clone. Yep. But it's based upon, like, open data rather than Twitter, right? So anybody can just fire up a WebSocket listener to listen to every message coming through Blue Sky. It's kind of cool that way. And yeah, no worries, Aaron. Yeah, I would probably want to do something like just scraping transcripts of YouTube videos. Yeah, so that was someone actually mentioned regex keywords the other day, but people would definitely like try and skirt, like, depending on how I do billing, right? If I do billing in a way that I'm charging per keyword, then yes, people would try and skirt that by jamming a bunch of stuff into the regular expression. There's one way where we could maybe theoretically make parameterized stuff. Like parameterized regular expressions. So then you still give me a thing and I can validate it and I plug it in some way. I'm not sure how valuable that is because I'm going to be using regular expressions anyway. Yeah, I mean, Justin Samuel had a good comment where basically Blue Sky is going to have a hard time like really breaking through unless they get businesses interested, right? So that they can shove advertising down your throat. Now, technically, you could build your own wrapper around Blue Sky that does that stuff. But then you'd need a reason for someone to use your thing instead of just Blue Sky proper, right? Because again, ATProto is an open protocol. Blue Sky is just the most popular implementation of it, but there's a new thing that's like a TikTok built on ATProto that is called Skylight Social that just got funding from Mark Cuban. Has a vampire attack ever scaled in the social app ecosystem? I don't know what that is. Is a vampire attack something you do on a vampire weekend? That was a terrible joke. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. So data. Sounds expensive to process all the data. How do you make money if you have to pull all the data and process it? I mean, data, it's just a WebSocket connection. So they're just sending the messages out through the WebSocket, and I just listen. So it's not even a pull, right? You're allowing to be pushed to. So it's the difference between pull and push. And almost every cloud provider has free inbound data. Like, inbound data is totally free. I don't know of a single company that charges for ingest. Maybe DigitalOcean and their bandwidth. I could have sworn they still do free ingest as well, though. But I'm not positive on that. Don't quote me. Now, as far as the YouTube thing would go, yes, that would be a pull. But theoretically, if I'm already making enough money off of Blue Sky, it would help subsidize the YouTube part. Maybe, maybe not. One thing to remember is that text is pretty cheap. Again, data. If you're talking about YouTube, I haven't brainstormed enough about the YouTube part, so I don't know. Maybe having a limit to how many channels you're listening to would be part of it. Sure. That would be part of your billing tier. I don't know, man. I haven't thought about the YouTube part enough. Blue Sky? No. Blue Sky, it's the entire thing. It's the entire firehose. They call it the firehose. Sin? That sounds like a terrible idea. Whenever the user is downloading that image from you, you're still paying the bandwidth cost. So yeah, if you're joking, we do recommend throwing a kappa on it. Because no one can tell you're being sarcastic without something making it obvious you're being sarcastic. Yeah, so if someone doesn't detect that you're joking, is that on the person listening or is it on the person making the joke? It's on the person making the joke. In the future, add a kappa. And if you're really wondering why it's necessary, read that article I just linked. Poe's Law. Nobody knows you're joking because of the ridiculousness people are actually serious about on the internet. Like the birds aren't real guy. He was joking, but there are people that actually took him seriously. Uh-huh. There you go. You can do a /S. You can do a kappa. You can the winking smiley face. It kind of works. The tongue sticking out, winking smiley face kind of works. But kappa and /S are definitely better. That just sounds like way too much to type, Ethan. No, LOL is not obvious. I'm sorry. LOL is massively overused to where it's basically meaningless. Some people end almost every statement with LOL. Uh-huh. Yeah, exactly, Ethan, right? People say LOL. Are they literally laughing out loud? No, they might just be lying. Just liars on the internet. I think that's a time zone thing. Like, you're talking about last night. Yeah, I was getting a bunch of work done last night. Well, I mean, Lake, what time zone are you? I could have sworn you were on like a pretty far separated time zone. And I'm on -8. So for me, it was last night. Oh, I see. Gotcha. All right, so you're talking literally a couple hours ago. Yeah, you can see how long stream's been going, man. I don't know. All right, so what I kind of want to do is we need to think about the right way that we do some of this querying. Yes, data. Right now we've got these hard coded. We need to fetch these, but we don't want to do it on every frame. So then, yeah, someone mentioned, I forget the name of it, but Elixir caching. CacheX. I think it was CacheX. No, Nebulex was the one they were talking about. We can do that eventually, Data. We got to start small. Step by step. Right? Webhooks are definitely something we could add, but they're not part of the MVP. No, that's fine data. I get it, but one step at a time. The step right now is how we query our database in a way that's not going to bring down my server. Why would it bring it down? Because this function, frame, handle frame, happens on every single message that Blue Sky sends. That's millions of messages a day. If I'm doing a data request here every 5 milliseconds, that's a bad design. It's not running anywhere right now, data. We're going to host it on fly.io. So it's looking like maybe we could just do this. But we could also just build it on top of Ecto. Yep, I'm a collector. Yeah, I think we do kind of want to use the Ecto adapter, right? Because then we just make a query as if it's Ecto itself, right? Oh, no, never mind. No, this is for actually storing it inside of Postgres. Hmm. Honestly, we can make this a lot simpler. So what I'm thinking, right? Instead, we could just create a module. And yeah, this is going to be mostly back-end logics. Let's shuffle these so I don't have to shuffle tabs too much. Yeah, no worries, data. We're not using WebSock X in here. All right, so firehose.keywords. So this is something I don't remember that well about Elixir, so I'm going to have to look it up. And let's close some of these things we're not using at the moment. Yeah, I don't think model attributes are what I'm looking for. Behavior is basically just the life cycle. Yes, ETS. Yeah. Memoization in Elixir, and damn, that's an old article. Ah. Well, is it that new? Yeah, Rython AT protocol is really cool. Oh, other work thing. Yeah, that's the thing that Zayu's working on. Yep. All right, let's pour some more tea. And honestly, I probably need some more water. Oh, let me have a quick little snack. And it's basically 4 o'clock now. And man, these little quail eggs are just so good. Nom nom nom. All right, let me go pour some more water real quick, and let me get some beef thawing in the fridge so I can do some pho tonight. Or actually, I don't have any provolone. I was gonna say, or I could do some Philly cheesesteaks. But yeah, I don't have provolone or the rolls. So yeah, no. Tonight will be pho. So let me grab some more water. I'll be right back. And I'm back. And yeah, hold on. Let me throw the hoodie on. And yeah, so hold on 1 second. Let me reply to work. Okay. And yeah, what's everyone up to? How's your week going so far? These are so good. I just wish they didn't have so much like single-use plastic, but how else would you wrap them? So, they're just so good. Yeah, just so everyone can see, check your local Costco. They're good. Now, 7 of them is 72% of your cholesterol, so got to take it easy. You're fighting with the Shopify GraphQL API, finding out their docs are just straight up wrong. Hunar. I just saw your comment. Matt's actions are cutting down his company. I'm guessing you mean WordPress? Yep. Agreed. Not going to get any argument from me about that. Yeah. Matt Mullenweg needs to step down for sure. His benevolent dictator for life title is problematic at this point. He is no longer benevolent. Hold on, let me double check. What does benevolent actually mean? Benevolent. Well-meaning and kindly. Yeah. That no longer works. Ooh, there's a slight difference there, Lake. Zuck has never been benevolent. Like, it's in the first 5 minutes of the movie, right? You're going to go around thinking that people don't like you because you're a nerd. And I want to be the first to really just lay it out for you. People aren't going to like you because you're an asshole. You know? That bit at the beginning of the movie is so good. And I want to tell you from the deepest part of my heart. You know, like, dude, so good. All right, so hold on. We've got this. Let's validate my concern real quick. What if we do just query this on every single message? Right, we're gonna do this really naively, and we'll see what perf we have to go on. So this is gonna be keywords. Uh, Hold on, which module is it that we're looking for? Yeah, so list keywords. Like as this grows, we're going to run into issues, but ATProtocol Elixir keywords is our scope. Oh, interesting. So hold on. What we want to do is we want to match the keyword. Yeah, I think this match function maybe goes away. Keyword event. Create keyword event. We'll do that. And what's up, Jay? Yeah, that's actually a plan. I'm slacking on it. Like, we're already 3 months late. It was something I was going to look into at New Year's, so I blew it there. But yes, I want to actually. I need to register a business for my stream, and that'll act as like a sole proprietorship. It'll also be like where I get paid out to from Twitch and YouTube and blah, blah, blah. And then from there, I'll also establish like a wholesale license so I can purchase beanies at wholesale within here in the US and then, add my own labels to them and stuff. Because I am very particular about the beanie that I would brand, and I'm not a fan of the beanies that are on Fourth Wall. So yeah, instead they would be like limited edition colors or something. I don't know. Like once supply runs out, we'll see if we can get more kind of thing. I don't know. Something like that. I'm just slacking on it. There's some other fourth wall stuff that would be really good though. Right? Like a face mask. This is just a proof of concept. I want to get a higher res image, but yeah, we can do face masks. That'd be fun, right? I know, it's so cursed. In the best way. We also had another one. Hold on. That's the British smile. Maybe Jay. Yeah, I want to like get it going. I don't want to take anyone's money until they're ready. I don't know. Like I've been trying to get this going since New Year's. I don't want to take anyone's money before I actually have it. I wouldn't consider that ethical. But yeah, I think the cow hoodie would be a good one. Yeah, exactly. Hold on, what else did we have? And then yeah, just like a simple like embroidered like beanie or like hoodie. I just hate how expensive these hoodies are. Like, dude, at some point I would like to make these cheaper. South Park Chris, like how would we do that? I think a bobblehead would be really good. Yeah, exactly, Jay. Yeah, a lot of those like print on demand sites really, really get you on the cost of goods. Just kind of annoying. Damn, so we get connected a bunch of times. Why do we get connected so much? Hold on, let me check something. Someone just sent me a message. Space Case, if you're out there, how did you get into that state? I'm using Monokai as well. Yeah, I can't seem to reproduce that state. And maybe restart VS Code? Something looks totally broken there. But this is Monokai. Like, this is literally what I'm using. So if you can figure out how to reproduce it, I'd be really curious. A while. I don't think the number matters, Clayton. Like Clayton, I bet we all know people who've been playing guitar for 20 years and still suck at it, right? Okay, so I'm just using regular Monokai space case. Monokai dimmed worked. Where did you get the other Monokai from? Yeah, I don't know, man. I gotta be able to reproduce it. Look through your extensions. It's literally called Monokai Dark. So did you install Monokai Pro? Like, which one of these do you have installed? Because they're not default. And at some point, I would blame these extensions rather than us. But if I can't reproduce it, I can't create a report for it. Okay, so the way that we're handling something in here is bailing out and breaking. I'm a little bummed that we're not getting any error from that. Again, space case. I don't know if it's reproducible or not until you tell me what theme it actually is and where you got it from. It'll be in your extension list. Thanks, Clayton. Okay, so yeah, we're able to fetch. Okay, that's fine, man. All right, so we're able to fetch these. So then instead of using stream, what would it be? Like kernel enum.map? Connected and then shut down. So, yeah, what is going on there? Let me get more music going, though. All right, so, yeah, why is this failing then? Is it the string not match? And if it is, why is it yelling at us? Uh, that's fine, Space Case. Like, Monokai Dark was coming from somewhere. I wasn't going to say, like, use Monokai Pro. But Monokai Dark was coming from somewhere. You didn't have an extension called Monokai something or other? Because VS Code doesn't ship a Monokai Dark. There's just Monokai and Monokai Dimmed. If you uninstall Monokai Pro, are you able to reproduce? Is it in your list? If you're not sure how I'm getting to this theme thing, it's Apple Shift P, color theme. And that's how you see the list of themes you have installed. This is all VS Code ships with. Because I don't give a shit about themes. I don't install theme extensions. So yeah, maybe it is just the matching. Let's just double check this. Nope. So it seems to be anytime we start mapping over the result. We're not getting any errors either. Okay, so Monokai Dark. Like this one with the 5,000 installs? Or this one with the 2,000 installs? Like, which one is it in your list? Okay, so this one with the blue icon, right? Yeah, I definitely wouldn't trust a theme with only 2,000 installs. Right? It's most likely that this hasn't been updated in ages. So it's actually this being out of date with VS Code. It hasn't been touched since 2021. So yeah, there's nothing we can do about a shitty extension. So why are we not able to map over that? We could do enum.each instead. Yeah, no worries, Space Case. Yes, I'm positive the list is working because we were logging it a little bit ago. All right, so you see this changing? This is every single like instance of this. That's fine, Lick. But yes, we're able to fetch all 2 keywords that exist in our database. Right? And we're not losing any connection or anything. So it's just when we try to loop over them that we run into some issues. But we don't see any errors. We see the query happening. But we see the connection dying. And then it stops and restarts again. The tricky part is we are definitely logging our disconnect, but we don't see a disconnect message. Well, that was weird. All right. So let's try asking Claude. Oh, got it. So it's because we're doing synchronous work here. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, we're having a timeout issue. String.chars. I'm not doing string.chars. Oh, hold on. That's it. Okay. So that was it. All right, so then, yeah, our debug queries are going to go a little crazy there. And LOL should be firing a bunch. So if we just do a refresh. So we may not take down our server. Like, let's look at the performance of it. And hey, what's up, Brainless? How you doing? Where were you? We could have used your help a second ago. I'm kidding. Claude totally solved it. Yeah, the handle frame function was dying because we were taking too long to respond because we were doing synchronous work. We put it into a task, and that farms it out to another process, right? So now we're seeing in real time our queries, and looks performant enough, but we're on a pretty nice Mac Mini. If we were to farm this out to a VM, it might be a little different. I almost want to kill the debug statement for this. Like, I find it really hard to believe that an LOL hasn't been uttered. Like, not a single one, really? So let's do this. Anime. We know anime was getting matches. Yes, it's called neo-brutalism. Nah, we don't have a command. We could, but I don't know. That'd be a very short-lived command, right? And we don't go through and prune our commands often enough. So it's probably not worth keeping it around. Nah, because we have plenty of commands that we want to keep around, too. Okay, Matrix joke. Yeah, I get it. Everything's fine until someone creates cipher brutalism. No idea what that is, light speed. Peer-to-peer chat. Yeah, I don't know, man. Is there an Elixir playground where we could fiddle with this? Okay, so let's do string equals live book. Yeah, I'm good. Right, that's something I gotta like pull down and do myself. All right, so keyword ID and link are the values we need. All right, keyword ID, foobar baz. I think we saw one. So the case insensitive, I think, is what got us, which I find strange. Nope, never mind. All right, so one thing, I need to turn off the query debug stuff. How do I disable ecto query? Got a query down from 130 milliseconds to microseconds. Yeah, these queries are going fast. Oh, right. Brutal. Yeah, I hate JSON B fields. Yep. Okay. So what we end up seeing, right? So it's going to be message.text, not message. Oh, buddy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Text not found in. All right, so I think a big part of this is that this is actually a string lookup. Which would make me think this is also a string lookup. Nope. So wait. I think we do have to decode it. Like, to me, it seems like message here is raw. It's fucking raw. Oh. All right, so then we're seeing that. Yeah, no worries, Brainless. So it's in commit record text. Why do you say that, Crow? Right, hold on. Where are we logging that now? Ah, right there. Yeah, Crow. I'm just curious why you thought it was a new place. Yeah, yeah, my window's open. Um, yeah, at least so far, we'll probably end up hitting some kind of level of scale. And the job queue might not go away, but we will have to figure out maybe a way of caching our database stuff. But at least at the moment, we should have gotten something. Like the word anime has to be getting used, right? What about regex match instead of string match? String match takes a regular expression anyway, though. So I'm not sure it matters. And technically, when we had anime hard coded, we were getting a match. What's another word we should add? Art. Yeah, I didn't really want to see those, but sure, why not? Just to see if this damn thing is working. Yeah, so something's up. It's got to be the way that we're doing the commit record text lookup. Now, here's the thing. We probably shouldn't even need to decode it, because if message is just a string, we should be able to match on that string. But we're going to have to decode it to get the URI. Nah, that's right. What about before keyword? Yeah, this is a fun song. Exactly, Zebby. No, you just can't see it. It's a bad ligature. Yeah, that's awesome, Rainless. Welcome back. All right, so hold on. I think we do need to make it case insensitive again. Oh, song command failed? Hold on. Yeah, no, you're right. I rebooted the other day. That was a good call. I forgot all about that. And Hef, thank you for the follow. Hey, Code Drift gave us a shout out. I just noticed that 44 minutes ago. All right, so let's double check. Ooh, that's a good call. Yeah. I'm so curious as to how we aren't getting any matches. try this. So matched anime in debug, but we're not getting matched in here. Something is definitely up, right? We're able to get it here. We're doing an I there. We're doing keyword.value here. I'm wondering if this is happening. No, because we were able to log that too. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay. So yeah, we see decoded nil. Oh. So decoded URI, that's fine. Commit record text. You end up seeing, and it is a string. And here's the thing, it's not actually new lines because we see the /n. So the new lines are encoded, which means multi-line shouldn't matter. So we could do a stricter check. I don't see how that would be the problem, though. Decoded commit record text. Decoded commit record text. So I put message here, but yeah, you're right. We should make that. Let me just pull this out to a variable. That's a good call. No, I read what you said. Oh, you're saying someone else beat you to it. Gotcha. I thought you were talking to me. You both beat me to it. All right, so just to verify, we see way too many messages. All right, cool. We're calling it decoded, but we can just do that. Present them. All right, matched anime and debug, but we just don't get any further on this part. We know that keyword value is getting logged. Oh shit. No, you know what it is? Oh my god. This keeps getting me. This keeps getting me. We would just do string.trim. Okay. Right, because we're doing char, it's going to have a whole bunch of trailing white space. That looks a lot more like it. So then as we see this, we see it keep growing. We don't see those inserts happening, though. But that was it. That was just, yeah, me forgetting that we have a bunch of extra space because we're doing char instead of varchar. Yeah. That's probably going to keep biting me, which is kind of annoying. All right, so now create keyword event. Ret salt. Yeah, whatever. It's temporary anyway. All right, so link can't be blank. The way we're doing the decoded URI thing is now a problem. And it's not at the top level. I'm going to guess it's in commit. Wait, what's up? What about Gen X? Oh, the sipping from the fire hose thing? I think millennials would get it too. You know, I'm a millennial. Maybe. Yeah, I guess that works. I mean, you can definitely be a millennial and be a Weird Al fan. And if you're a Weird Al fan, you've probably heard of UHF. No, I'm like right on the edge too. Yeah, 1984 is like right on the cusp between millennial and Gen X. But yeah, so that OS developer. Wow, you got some really old sisters. I believe that makes them boomers, right? Oh, you're on the other edge there, Hunar. Makes sense. Yeah, and when you said older sisters, you weren't kidding. You're writing your own OS? Fun. I know what you meant. It was just more fun to be a jerk about it. So yeah, hold on. We actually have a project command. And yeah, like that OS developer. I'm curious why. Like, what operating system is even needed to be developed after Linux and Temple OS? I think it's all been done at that point. I'm kidding, by the way. No, no, that's a good way to learn. Awesome. Yeah, well done. I just wanted to make a Temple OS reference. So here's the thing. We see the CID. It's going to be the R key. And where's the DID? All right, so hold on. Let's look at Blue Sky. Oh, what's this? A super. Thank you for the follow. And wait, hold on. Ooh, I am a Code TV supporter, so I could totally watch that at some point. Okay, so the DID and the post ID end up being the values we care about. So hold on. So the thing I'm doing here is the commit. I think we want to do that. Ah, so DID is up at the top. And then R key is down in the commit. So then link would be something like this. bsky.app. Okay, so there it is. So we don't need to log results. We can get rid of the matched anime and debug. But as we go to here, we can then see we got a shitload of records. All right, cool. Oof, 107. So yeah, what we're going to want to do is start creating... We're going to want to create like a script that goes through and prunes these things based upon their age. Because this is just going to keep growing. It's going to keep growing quick. Now, let's look at the live dashboard. And we see that some of these queries are taking upwards of 7 milliseconds, 8 milliseconds. Those are the outliers. In general, our queries are between 0 and 2 milliseconds. And most of them sub 1 millisecond. Awesome. Now, this is mostly because we're running fully locally. Theoretically, Joan, but, that's on you. Well, and we missed a follow. Quasismodo. All right, so yeah, we see a lot of this. The performance looks pretty good, but we're running on a really nice Mac Mini. So you can't take this as like the 100% like this is how it's going to work. Here's something I want to try. All right, so we do this. We've got 700 rows in there. What I probably want to do is test if we can do this. Delete. Gone. And that should have cascaded, so we should have way less rows now. Yep, 323. Perfect. So the cascading is working, which is nice. That's the part we want to start thinking about. So events is going to have like the number of events. Pretty write heavy on the database if they're looking for common words. Yeah. How often do we think someone's going to look for common words like that? Right? And that'll be part of our billing, I think. So let's start brainstorming like the billing. Did I have something? Amount of events. And data retention. I think those are the big things. So then if we were to do this, let's think maybe... I don't think I want to do a free tier. We'll probably end up doing like a trial maybe. But probably not like a full-on free tier. Exactly. base would be... I'm going to be on fly.io. Let me get another album going. I'm not sure I necessarily care that much. I mean, yes, we'd have to do a limit there, right? Let's say 10 a day, 300. And how long of a retention do we want? Right, so then $5 a month. Let's say... Right, I doubt we'd ever hit the enterprise tier. I don't know, right? This is just fuzzy. I'm not sure this is actually what we'd do. Considering the convenience factor? Yeah, maybe. And right, inflation and all that too. But honestly, if we think about it, like how many users would actually be something we care about, right? If we go to fly.io and we go and look at their pricing. And I know it's not just about my expenses. But let's just say we want to do, to start out, we'd probably want to get it at least like 2 gigs of RAM. I think 2 CPUs would be nice. So we'd be looking at 1139. At this point, only 2 users, and we're making massive profit. Or not profit, but we're like, at 2 users, we're really close to break even. But also, like, what is the value you gain from it? I would say $10 might be worth it. And then at Pro, something like that. And the amount of events and stuff we could always like scale and change. The amount of data retention. I don't know. That'd be some huge value. Right? If we were to consider GitKraken as a business, we would want to listen for GitKraken, GitLens, maybe Git in general. DevX. I don't know. Like, really, at $30 a month, it might be value. I don't know. Like, I'd probably just end up giving GitKraken a free perpetual license anyway, right? At the Pro tier. That's fine, Mr. Elfman. Like, look at a MacBook like that as a long-term investment. Yeah, pay as you go is an option, but I think for simplicity, I want to start out like this. There you go, Lake. Yeah, I don't know. There's something to think about. Right? Unlimited users, because why not? Yeah, the pricing is actually easier. Nah, see, I don't know. I don't think I want to do purely usage based at the moment. I think there's other stuff we could do that we build that ends up going that way, but for this, I don't know. For a company like GitKraken, I doubt we would hit the 300 events per month threshold. So here's the thing. It wouldn't just be the cost of hosting. If we want to really think about this, hosting would probably be around, let's just say 12 per month. We'll just say 1 per month. SSL? No, we're not worrying about that. Yeah, email and SMS is going to be a cost. Exactly. That's what I was about to start like checking. So SMS pricing is 7 cents a month. We'll say 8 cents. So 8 cents times 100, $8 a month. And that's if they hit that 300. So at that point, yeah, I mean, let's go look at email too. And there's also a cost for HubSpot. Let's just say 20 a month here. But there's also AWS simple message server, simple notification service. That's it. No. They get simple notification service, right? SES, simple email service. That's it. Thank you. All right, so if we consider 10 cents per 1,000 emails, times 100 would be $10. Oh yeah, but SendGrid does have some nice features. Deliverability, like, with SES, you're responsible for deliverability. Um, Slack is whatever a Slack subscription costs. $15 a month. No. We'll call it 10 a month. Yeah, email reputation's a pain in the ass for sure. Exactly. Right, so if we consider at least some of this, we're looking at like 33 bucks a month, which means 3-ish users would get us. Yeah, Slack forces you to have like a paid plan. They don't really list it here. But yeah, it's definitely they require you to have a paid plan to create a bot, basically. Yeah, so you can't do a bot with the sandbox, which is annoying. We looked into this like once. All right, let's close some of this stuff that we don't need. And let's double check this. Already 2,000 rows in here. So foo, LOL, and heart. Probably not the best keywords. But it at least like lets us know how this stuff will scale a little bit, right? Like there will be people picking more commonly used words. Single batched email per day. Yeah. I mean, honestly, once they hit a certain like event amount, then we just start cutting it off and we don't store it anymore. Yeah, I don't know. Billing is definitely the hardest thing to try and plan about this. But yeah, SMS, email, Slack. I would say at the pro tier would be webhook support. Oh, yeah, yeah. Discord for sure. I think Discord becomes a lot easier. I don't know if Discord charges any money. So yeah, eventually we'll have to create one of those like tables that has all this stuff, like with the checkboxes and all that bullshit. Yeah, I'm not sure what wiring up to Zapier does. Yeah, I would say the Zapier thing would be way later. But what's up, Boom? How you doing out there? Yeah, hold on. What's their pricing? Automate basic workflows with 100 tasks per month. Is a task a task would be the amount of like iterations, right? Okay. Right. Yeah, like a trigger basically. Okay. All right. So yeah, here's some like thoughts. And yeah, like 300 events per month at $10 kind of lines up with their billing. Like pretty close actually. We actually give a little bit more if you're looking at 750. Yep, they're definitely one of the ones that you have to contact sales to get SSO. I do not want to get hit by the SSO tax. But SAML and SSO does cost more money to operate, theoretically. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be fine with it for now. So yeah, if we look at this, who's going to want to get 300 SMS messages a month? Like, I'm just not even sure SMS even makes sense. Really? Jeez. I mean, if we consider the spam, right, like the bullshit text messages, well, then sure. Yeah, I get above that. And yeah, I should have replied to that ages ago. Whoops. I'm glad we all started talking about SMS, actually. There was an SMS I missed from Tuesday. You liked working with Twilio? Yeah, no, Twilio's a really nice service. Yeah, thank you all for reminding me to check my SMS messages. But I do need to use the restroom. Give me a sec. It's already 6 o'clock. Time flies when you're dealing with bugs, right? Wasn't Twilio free at some point? I think so until all the spammers got wind of it. But there's plenty of other services that have SMS built in as well. Like AWS has an SMS service. But yeah, let me go pee real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Authy, the app is free. Authy is their their two-factor auth thing, but not their SMS stuff. Nah, Twilio had like a good free tier at one point. Like it wasn't a trial, but it was like a free tier you could use, but like anyone actually using it would run into it. It was basically like the developer plan. Like I definitely feel like I remember there was a developer plan. It was very limited though. It was something like 100 SMS a month or something. Oh, was that it? Okay, so it's still like that? Okay. Yeah, I guess I forgot. Nah, so that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you had to like verify ownership of your number and like, yeah, I remember that. There was definitely a developer plan. But yeah, no, that makes sense. And it was still limited to only a couple hundred, like maybe 100 messages a month or something like that. Wow, I think SMS is actually going to be at the paid tier. I don't know. Yeah, I think it makes sense. We don't need to keep doing more billing bullshit. I did just want to like take a look and see how we feel about it. Let me double check something here. Yeah. All right. Yes, they're not banned there. Or do you end up seeing like the list of banned users on your Slack channel? I don't know where to look that up. What about web push notifications? Yeah, what's a good provider for like web push notifications? I'm guessing Twilio does some of that. One Signal could be an option. Maybe their pricing becomes more favorable. I almost want to just nope out of One Signal immediately because of that. Yeah, so One Signal looks pretty reasonable at the $9 a month. Okay, I'm sick of One Signal already. How about Pusher? That's pretty reasonable. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, Pusher Beam seems good. To just roll our own. So it's not just about the service worker. The service worker is just the listener. Like you still need to have something push stuff out, right? So then do I want to build my own service around that to do the push? Like, I don't know. Yeah, the cost of building that would easily be more expensive than that, right? As far as like, time to market and all that BS. I would say over time, if push notifications end up costing us a lot, then we could replace it. But the other things like SMS and email, we wouldn't. Like email would probably never be worthwhile to do ourselves, right? I don't know. These are great questions, and I like discussing this stuff. That did their own internal SMS? Yeah, no, that sounds like a really bad nightmare. But yeah, there are other providers for all these things. And really, we should just keep building. These are bridges we can cross when we get there. These are all problems that only matter when we have actual users. There you go. Yeah. How many SMS messages are you allowed per month? All right, we're running low on Tim's phone. Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't be worth it, talented. For sure, definitely not. But there are other like lower level providers that would be worth considering, right? Like Twilio versus, and we could find them pretty easily. AWS is probably going to be the cheapest we could get because they do it based on commodity. But yeah, I used to know someone who worked at a competitor. No, we're hiring. Requirements must have own phone. Vonage. Yeah, Vonage could do it for sure. All right, so hold on. Here's one thing I want to do. We see link. Does this actually resolve? Will it blend? Yeah, there we go. All right. Wait, how do I know this name? Oh, he's a politician. Okay, that's what it is. I've definitely like seen that name before. I don't know. But damn, 4.3 thousand likes. He's got a shitload of followers, so that would explain that. All right. Well, yeah. Let's get back to building. So when a specific user does a fetch of their keywords, all of their keywords, that is this endpoint, we're doing keywords by org ID. Um, it depends. When you say for back end stuff, I really believe in the repository pattern. So in this case, we are building out the repository pattern for it, right? Yeah, exactly. I'm a big fan of the repository pattern. I'm trying to think about how we'd want to do this part. And I think it's just select. This is where some like stricter type safety would be really helpful. If we do unable to format. I know we've got another select in here. Okay, so what we want to do is a struct, not a map. You've got to give it explicit aliases. You mean like the whole keyword and event thing, like keyword in, event in? Oh, in the select. As far as I remember, yeah. Yeah. How's it going there, Crispy? As a fellow Chris, I like your name. It's a good one. How many other Chris's do we have in chat, actually? There's a lot of them. There's at least two of us. I'm willing to bet there's at least two more. If you don't want to dox yourself, that's fine. Thank you for the kappa, Ethan. You identify as a Chris. Okay. Works for me. With our powers combined, we are Captain Chris. Chris Con. Honestly, that'd be kind of funny. Everybody's trees. That was a deep cut reference there, Crispy. Have you ever seen the College Humor, Don Cheadle, Captain Planet? If not, you have homework. Tree, tree, tree. Like, it's so good. It's so good. Damn right. Obscure references are the best kind of references. Oh shit. I am missing a where. Now I've got a where. I think they're saying I need a group by in the on. Oh, yep. Nope, that was it. Yes, come after the where. Oh, oh. That was it. So I don't even think I need the group by. Yeah, good eye, Lake. Yep, it was missing comma. I'm surprised that the other parts, like, it was throwing the error down here rather than at the top. That was weird. All right, so then we go back to the keyword controller. Now, I appreciate that. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Crispy. Appreciate that. Welcome. And hold on, let me just respond to this. All right, there we go. I'm one of those people that, like someone sends me a message, and if I don't respond to it immediately, if I'm like, oh, I'll get to that later, later never happens. And then it's been so long that it's like weird to respond after 3 weeks. So I just don't. Anyone else like that? I definitely feel bad about it. But it's something I recognize about myself. If I don't get to it within a day or two, well, then it's just awkward to get to it 3 weeks later. See, at least you have friends that like make you like get back to you, like that make you respond. They'll follow up. Yeah, and there's all sorts of things I could do to blame, and like, there may be some neurochemical reasons for it. No, it's something I could just be better about. Something I should just be better about, regardless of neurochemical bullshit. Yeah, like, honestly, I would really benefit from that. Like, if people just, like, ping or something. That's not a bad app. What would we call it? Forgetful.com. It would work really well to test Walter. I think the wiring of it would be the hardest part. Like, we'd have to get into people's, like, messaging systems. That'd be a lot harder. I think the technicals of it would be a lot harder than what we're doing right now. Right, based upon the billing that we just talked about, right? If we go look at planning here, the 300 events per month and the amount of keywords, bam, those are like checking off Walter's boxes real quick. Yeah, it'd be a privacy nightmare. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, it'd be a cool idea. But I'd want to anonymize the data in some crazy way. Like, I wouldn't want to give you a link to the person to reply to. Like, yeah, I have no idea how we'd approach that business. I do think there is major value to it, and it almost sounds like something I should build for myself. Maybe it's just something people self-host. Fuck it. Yeah. I think forgetful.com is one of those ideas that seems like you just knock it out of the park as far as usefulness, but how to build it would suck. Some neighbors smoking a cigarette. If they were smoking weed, I'd be all for it. But man, that cigarette stinks. That shit smells like shit. Um, it's not technically a renewed lease, but it goes month to month, which I'm actually okay with. And they mentioned that they would honor the rate that was in like the lease agreement. They've just been having issues because a whole new company bought this apartment complex, and the offer I was given was from a previous company. So yeah, I'm at least good through this month. It goes month to month, and I believe they do still need to give me 30 days notice of them like cutting it off. So, no matter what, I'll have 30 days notice before I gotta figure shit out. And hold on. Better experience than you did when your building got purchased? Yeah, I mean, the company that purchased it has been doing like a giant cleanup where like the entire outside of the building has been pressure washed. That part has sucked. Like they start at 8 a.m. and like I'm in like the courtyard area, so like I get like the echo of the fucking pressure washer and like generator like bullshit. So it's just blah, 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 at 8 a.m. Dude, that shit sucks. Like really bad. But they're pretty close to done now. But it's been like a month of that, which sucks. I'm just at a point where I'd like to maybe try and buy something. Then at least I'd be building some equity. But yeah, Civil War apartment. Just like the blah 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 sound effects thing. Like, yeah, there you go, ACM. But yeah, buying would be nice just to get some equity. And I'd be paying basically the same in rent. Like, this place I'm living right now is overpriced rent-wise. The cost of moving, like just effort-wise, and, you know, there is a cost to moving anyway. I'm not sure it'd be worth it if I'm willing to maybe, like, buy something in 6 months anyway. Like, I'd save basically 6 grand. While 6 grand would be nice, the cost to moving would also be, you know, I'd probably need to buy a new bed because fuck it, moving a bed sucks. Yeah, moving twice in 1 year, nah, that's just not for me. But all right, so back to what we're doing here. What I do need to do is I need to update in the keyword controller the response for list keywords by org. Not the response there, but what we're defining here. List keywords response would then come back with events. Transcendente. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. What you up to? Oh, we can get rid of our like debug BS. Go ring. Yeah, barely. The problem with the Elixir stuff is that it's over before it's like even done, really, or over before you've even realized it, and then I'm back onto the front end to consume it. Until we get into like a bug and I'm matching the string wrong, but it's actually a simple thing because I just messed up. But yeah, most of the time is spent on the front end. That's a typical full stack dev's career anyway, right? So I'm not worried about it. But yeah, how you doing, Gorang? Oh, and thank you for the follow. Oh, appreciate that. What about Bowrang? Oh, you're doing well though. Nice. Ooh, group by clause. So I do need a group by on that endpoint. All right, will it blend? Nope. Uh, oh, I did event and I wanted keyword. So keyword JSON doesn't match that clause, but why? Ah, yep. I know it's a little gross. We lose a bunch of that like pattern matching type safety. Right? But we see that number. That number works for me. Okay, so we're able to fetch the amount of events. Notifications is going to be somewhat different. It's going to be just the list based on type. Yeah, notifications I think is trickier. And yeah, for the time being, I don't think we actually have I don't think we have enough data to fill in like a full row. So maybe we make these half the width. So then here, this is right, and this is where we run into some BS because the whole gap thing. Oh shit. I was thinking about giving them a gap, but maybe we don't even need the gap. Right? This is more brutalist by not having a gap, right? Picasso was not brutalist. Picasso was cubist. Right? This is very GeoCities. But hold on, we got a song we'll play just because, yeah, we're towards the end of the album anyway, and man, Pablo Picasso was never called asshole. I love this song. It's super good, dude. Damn, no, this nails it. Dude, we fucking nailed it. I didn't even mean to. I didn't even mean to. These guys are a Boston band? I didn't know that. All right, so one thing I want to do down here in keyword item, all right, so yeah. We got font size medium. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen the movie Repo Man, you've got homework. Hold on, there's another Pablo Picasso song as well. Uh, who was it? Citizen Cope? I had a friend that introduced this artist to me, but they would describe them as like this dude's voice is heroin chic. There's something very like sleepy and falling asleep in public about his voice. Heroin chic. All right, so justify between though, I'm gonna say nah on that one. So the notifications thing. Oh, and Hunar, I just saw that. You said that just now. Okay, cool. The Accountant 2 is coming soon. That's the Ben Affleck movie. I didn't see the first one. I think I caught up like the last 10 minutes of it at one point. Right? That's the Ben Affleck one where there's like the guy from Punisher is in it too, and John Lithgow is also in it, right? Pretty sure that's it. John Bernthal or something. That's like the Punisher guy. Yeah. I know that part there. Yes, the artistic hitman. What was the one with it was another Hitman style movie, but it's the one that had like Magneto from like X-Men First Class, like that actor. I'm spacing on his name right now. That movie where he's a hitman, that one looked kind of good. I haven't seen it though. Anyone remember what that one was called? Yeah, Fastbender. Yeah, for sure. What was that movie where he was a hitman? I feel like it came out around the same time as The Accountant too, right? You know how like Hollywood loves to make two movies at the same time competing with each other, like Armageddon and Deep Impact, right? Like shit. What's the other? Like, there's a bunch of them, right? Like really, like Dodgeball and Anchorman came out at the same time. Also, just like really trying to compete with each other. I really feel like The Killer and The Accountant were around the same time too, right? Space movies do that a lot. Yeah. There was what shit Solaris and shit. Yeah, Solaris and another one came out around the same time. Solaris and Supernova? Was that it? Like I still mix those two up. I forget which one has the guy Peter Fasinelli from Can't Hardly Wait, and which one has George Clooney. I know one of them's one of them, and the other's the other. I think Solaris is the George Clooney, and then Supernova is the Peter Fasinelli. But yeah, like yeah, it's kind of crazy how Hollywood really does that. Like two competing studios just put out basically the same film, or they're so similar. Like you know, corporate wants to find the difference between these two images, right? Like I almost feel like The Matrix and Existence were also like around the same time. I feel like what was it? In Time and Repo Man, like kind of close. GitHub Repo Man. Yeah, yeah, and obviously GitLab Repo Man released like a month before, but people forgot about it. That marketing budget. It's hard to beat it. And I'm kidding. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, like the Bitbucket Repo Man version would release like 3 months later on no budget. Right? They'd only put out the Bitbucket movie just to like promote the Jira movie via trailers, right? All right, so yeah, I think notifications go away. Hold on, which song is this? Sideways? No, Sun's Gonna Rise is better. What up, Christopher? There we go. We were talking to another Chris earlier. I'm also a Chris. You're also a Chris. How many other Chris's we got out here? Do I use Cursor? I only use Cursor for things that I don't feel like I'm an expert on. Now, keep in mind, the Elixir stuff. I could have used Cursor on some of the Elixir stuff for sure. But for front end, I would not benefit from Cursor. I'd spend more time correcting its bullshit than actually like building, you know? In my opinion. You get a Chris and you get a Chris. Exactly. I think Cursor is really good for things that you're not an expert on. If I need to build a bash script, I'm reaching for Cursor or Windsurf or any other thing or Pair, you know, like any of these tools I would reach for rather than combing through a bunch of esoteric bullshit with bad documentation, right? Like AppleScript. Oh, dude, I do not want to look up the AppleScript docs and figure that shit out. No, thank you. Nah, I'm good. I will happily vibe code a bash script that needs to do AppleScript stuff. Totally fine, man. I'm good. Yeah, I haven't bought into the MCP thing yet. I'm still on the fence. Again, just because I am not like the biggest like user of AI bullshit, I'm willing to wait till MCP feels better. To where using it is just built into the shit I use anyway, you know? That said, I'm a big fan of the company behind MCP.run. These guys are great. Yeah, Steve, right? Like the CEO behind this company. Such a cool dude. Yeah, I'm a big fan, actually. Right? Dilibso. I think Dilibso, you know, they're chasing the Wasm stuff. Like, pretty heavily. But yeah, no, Steve Manuel, or I think that's his name. I could have forgotten his last name, but no, Steve Wasm. And that's what his handle is on Twitter, etc. right? I think a lot of the stuff he's building, I'm a fan of. XDism is another. Mustafa, I use Super Maven. Super Maven just works. Like I don't need Cursor if I got Super Maven because they're owned by the same company now. Super Maven is the Cursor autocomplete tool in regular old VS Code. It works great. It's fine. I'm good to go. I don't need Cursor if I have Super Maven. So yes, I use Super Maven. I don't need Cursor at that point. And that's why Cursor bought Super Maven. But anytime Super Maven completes more than like 10 lines, you gotta really go over that shit with a fine-tooth comb. It's just, that's how I feel Cursor is for a thing that you're an expert in as well. You can't just vibe code your way to a good application in the thing that you're an expert on because you're going to get into a bunch of code that you wouldn't have written and you're not going to be able to scan nearly as easily. But yeah, was I wrong in describing, like in my friend describing Citizen Cope and me endorsing the description, right? Like, dude, this guy's singing style is heroin chic. And that's fine, Mustafa. Like, Super Maven does that for me as well. So I'm good. If Super Maven didn't exist, I would be using other tools. And honestly, I'm a fan of Nang, right? The guy behind Pear. Honestly, I'd probably be using Pear on stream just because I like the vibe of someone who's building their entire company live on stream. That's cool, man. I want to support Nang as much as I can. People thinking AI is amazing are the same people that fall for sleight of hand magic tricks. I mean, I get that, Lake, but we all fall for sleight of hand from time to time. So, yeah, you're basically saying everybody. Right? A good magician is able to make you not understand what the fuck just happened. That's just how that works, right? It's more like the people that think AI is going to take developer jobs. Right? People that are confused by that one. Right? Or the wobbly pencil. Yeah, totally. The spoon benders. Yeah, right? Being convinced by those people, you should feel really guilty of. Right? Or hold on, what's the one from it's like the Cavalcade of Comedy thing or whatever. I knew that. Oh my god. Yeah, totally. It's like right? Like, oh my god, how'd he do it? Like, you know, if you're amazed by what I just did, like, all right, man. Take it easy. Here's some Play-Doh. Yeah. We get what you're saying. They're talented for sure, man. Yeah, like we knew what you meant, right? So yeah, for sure, talented. Yeah. This shit's good, right? This is like This is old too. This is from like, you know, the aughts. Right? The funniest part is to like go looking through like the comments, and all these people are like, "Oh, this movie brought me here." Blah blah blah. Like, "Oh, I guess this song was in Coach Carter." I don't know, man. Whatever. Sure. I love this song ever since I saw the movie Accepted. I don't even remember this in the movie Accepted. Fuck. Like, I don't know, man. I'm just a pleb that had to have friends teach me about it. How do I manage my tabs? I don't. No, I'm kidding. Basically, from here to the left, right, from there over is my archive. Those are actually tabs that I want to use and reference later for things. Everything from here to the right is my working set. And honestly, the working set is bigger than it should be right now. And we can trim, like, I could close all of those tabs and I wouldn't sweat about it. The ones to the left, I would be bummed about losing, though. But the moment you bookmark them, they're gone forever. Technically, I actually have the tab archive stuff where I start categorizing them and building them out and doing that. So this right here is actually how I take the archive and trim it down. And we'll do a trimming of the archive here soon. It's going to happen, but we don't have to do it today. Do all those tabs kill performance? Dude, I mean, Lake, don't you remember? I was on a 2015 Mac Mini. I was on a 2015 Mac Mini, and it worked fine. I couldn't run LLMs locally, but my tabs were never a source of, like, the bottleneck for my system. Right? If you look at any of these tabs, you can hover over and see how much RAM has been freed up because Chrome backgrounded that tab. And some of these others, they don't even give you the RAM thing because we haven't loaded it. My new Mac Mini is, yeah, the brand new Mac Mini. Like, it's a good one. Is it Mini? Yeah, there you go. Right? Those are the specs of my brand new Mac Mini. I maxed it out. So I'm not going to need to worry about my Mac Mini for a long time. Right? I looked at what I was buying with this new Mac Mini as a 10-year investment. At which point, I'm paying $200 a year or whatever for it. That's cheap. That's really cheap when you consider how much people spend like on shitty laptops every couple years. So Nikita, what you're getting at is Firefox is actually kind of really bad at the saving of like RAM stuff, which is kind of a bummer. So yeah, they could be better, but they're not. That's just one of those things. It's not the end of the world though. But okay, so back to what we're building. What I think I want to do try Zen. Yeah, I mean, Zen's definitely worth a shot. Oh, that's fine, Lake. You do whatever you want, man, but that's definitely not me. But yeah, let me go pee. BRB. I know, I'm breaking the seal here, man. But we've gotten a bunch of work done too, so I'm stoked. I'm back. Ooh, good catch. I forgot about that for sure. Yeah, good call. Kaggy's browser? I don't even know what that is. Probably better than Kegel's browser. Dude, this music video. This one's tough. This one actually makes me, if I really, really get, like, emotional about it, yeah, this video does kind of make me tear up a bit. It's just that good. That is such a sad video. Oh, really? LCD Sound System is doing a tour? Ooh. I'm going to guess that they're playing at, like, a venue that's just too big for me. I'll wait another 10 years, and they'll be playing, like, smaller venues, and we're good to go, maybe. Provided the singer lives long enough. Ooh, and hold on. Yeah, like 1,000 people's a little too much for me. Ooh, in an old Ford assembly plant? Ooh, talented. That sounds cool, man. So yeah, you're East Coast for sure. So hold on, wait. Let's look at this. The Bomb Factory. Bomb, 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 bomb. Yeah, totally. Nailed it. Dude, Danny Elfman, the singer of Oingo Boingo, smiles exactly like Agent Smith from The Matrix. It's a good song, but man, yeah, the music video for this one's way worse than the song before it. Mm. Hmm. All right, sorry. Welcome back, X Factor. What is better, GitHub Copilot or Super Maven? Better is subjective. I find value in Super Maven currently on this machine really well, but even on my old Mac Mini, Super Maven was really like fast. Like faster than Copilot. So if you're on like a somewhat older device, Super Maven nailed it. If you're on a newer device, I don't know, they might be about the same. Just as a quick little note there, Chrisus, I believe Theo also uses Super Maven. So if you're a fan, that's the one he looks for. Super Maven is free as far as auto completion goes, but the chat part of it is paid. So if you need to chat with the bot, Super Maven costs money, but if you're just using it for auto completion, I'd say it's fine. I believe Copilot does have a free tier. Yeah. I'm almost positive Copilot has a free tier now. Yeah, there is a Copilot free. 2,000 completions per month. No, and that's fine, Chris. I get it, right? He's a polarizing individual. I think the biggest thing to recognize is that you don't have to agree with Theo 100% of the time to find value in some of the content that he covers. Now, I don't watch YouTube videos in general myself anyway, but I will happily pass some of Theo's videos to summarize.tech, you know? Yeah, just give it a YouTube video, let it summarize it for you, and then you got what you need. Because I don't watch video content for tech at all. I'm a fan of Prime. Prime's awesome. He's a really good dude. I don't watch any of his videos, though. I don't. And I also disagree with Prime on a bunch of stuff, and that's fine. Like, I think disagreement is healthy, but you don't have to be a fan. No, and I get it. Yeah, like Prime has some hyperbolic takes, especially on social media. Right? His YouTube videos tend to be more grounded. But man, some of his social media posts, he just like takes glee in triggering people. And again, not again, but just in general, he is successful. So he's got to be doing something right. But I don't know, man. It's not the kind of content I want to consume. All right, this is not me hating. This is just me saying, like, I'm actually really particular about the content I consume. I'd rather read a blog post. Like, in general, I'd much rather read a blog post. I can scan a blog post. I can bookmark a section of a blog post with a good, like, you know, links to the titles of each section kind of thing. You can't bookmark a section of a video. It just doesn't work that well. You can do it, right? For sure. Exactly, Nikita, right? Like, he's good as an aggregator. If it's good enough for him to make a reaction video about, it's probably worth reading. Yeah, I look at that as like a good barometer. I totally agree with that as far as like, you know, Prime's content goes. If it's something he's willing to react to, it's probably worth reading the article. I don't drink coffee. Like I don't drink coffee at all. I've got some Earl Grey tea here that I'm massively pacing myself on. But I don't like coffee. There's a band from Washington, from Redmond, actually, the city I'm in right now. They're called the Blood Brothers, and they have a song where one of the lyrics is, "I would come over, but your coffee tastes like the clap." And I have simply extrapolated that to be all coffee tastes like the clap. Prime's blog reads are great because his input is great on it. I get that, Hunar. That's something someone said over on Twitter. Oh, you're in the area, Nikita. I go to Seattle JS every month. It's on the second Wednesday of every month, and not this week. Obviously, we passed this week, but next week is Seattle JS. I don't know where the exact venue is, but it's seattlejs.com. It's a really good like community and group. I highly recommend it. If we look at it, Tech Talks, April, it's going to be at Just the Tap again. So that's basically Belltown, more like Pike Place. So it is downtown Seattle. I know that does kind of suck coming from the east side, but I don't know. I think it's worth it, especially because there's usually like an after party or like people just hanging out at Just the Tap. And the conversations beyond just the talks are totally worth it. And if you do show up, I'll try and remember to bring some stickers if you want a sticker sheet. I had a sticker sheet. Oh, here it is. Yeah, right? I'll bring you one of these sticker sheets if you go up to Seattle JS. Up to you. Like, no pressure, no stress. But Seattle JS is a monthly meetup that's just a really good, fun time, you know? No, and I get that. Like, that's tougher. So, yeah, this month it's going to be building an MCP server to explore my Blue Sky feed, and it's going to be Brian Gershon. Oh, that's cool. No, this guy's awesome. He shows up every month. He's like super cool. Deliberate practice. That one seems really nice too. But again, like the conversations after are the best part of Seattle JS. Like the best part. So I get it. If you can't make it downtown much, sure. Once they build the full on like monorail connection, right? Or whatever they call it, light rail, then you can probably do it more, yeah? I'd offer to drive, but I tend to stay way later. And I often like to like go out to some other bar after to like grab like a full slice of pizza from like, you know, if I'm going to Seattle, I'll probably stay there till 2 a.m., you know? So I don't necessarily want to be like on the hook to be the driver. I really like picking up like a full pizza from Big Mario's. That's kind of that kind of stuff, you know. You're saying when they complete it? I mean, it seems pretty damn close. I feel like they're just maybe a year away. Like it's really close. The part here in Redmond is very close. Like they're probably like a few months away from like the Redmond station being able to go to Bellevue. And then from Bellevue to Seattle is a much cheaper Uber, right? Microsoft HQ sounds about right. Yeah, like downtown Redmond still needs some work, but they're getting like really close. Like I swear, the downtown Redmond one will be done in a couple months, just from like seeing it as I drive by a couple, you know, every once in a while. Ooh, this song right here. This is my go-to karaoke song on a date. This is the Deal Sealer. Hold on, hold on. Actually, that's not bad. All right, that works. But then I'm just stuck in Seattle the whole day, which works. That is, God, that's just really early. Honestly, yeah, no, a meeting before noon. But, but all right. That shit's gonna suck. But whatever. No. An 8 a.m. meeting, I would just say no. Hell no. Hell no. No, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Anyway, back to what we're doing. Let's build some shit. Or let's at least set ourselves up for what we build tomorrow. So if we think about what we're doing here, I would maybe want to do like an icon next to the word we're looking for each like notification that we have set up. Ooh, Lake, that sounds nice. I'm just using OpenAPI generator to do that for myself, but I'm not using the fetch part. I'm just using the types because the fetch part is pretty gross. So is it really OpenAPI fetch or is it just like the builder instead? Right? So OpenAPI generator, and then you see like the list of things they generate, and it's like, yeah, clients, you've got TypeScript fetch. Is that kind of what you're talking about? Like, is OpenAPI fetch kind of just a wrapper around that? Ooh, this song's super good. We're gonna crank this one up a little bit. So, Lake, what I would assume is if you passed a different arg here, that would be a type error. That actually seems really nice, right? If you tried to pass like a URL that's not available, you'd be good. Like you're done. That sounds pretty awesome. Because I was already considering building out my own type safety for the paths. And yeah, it looks like, yeah, generating the paths from the schema. No, this is nice. This actually seems really good. Nah, this seems really good. Thank you for sharing this. I've never heard of Zuplo, but the fact that they're sponsoring, that's cool. I think this is smart. Yeah, the product comparisons thing, I'm going to have to do for a bunch of the stuff I build eventually. Like for Walter, whatever we end up calling it, I still haven't decided because I don't need to pull the trigger on the name for Walter yet. I need to build out a thing I can dog food Walter on before I'm like comfortable releasing it to other people. So yeah, like that's why we're building out what we're working on right now, which we also don't have a name for, but we can come up with a name. Nah, yeah, the problem is there's another product called Walter. They don't have the domain. I was looking at, yeah, you know what? It might cost 10 grand to buy the Walter domain name. I could do that once we're profitable, but you know what? Nah, we can't do it when there's another product called Walter Pro. Nah, like it's like a totally unrelated thing. It's not even like close to the same thing. Right? Just some drag and drop file uploader for iPhone and iPad. Like, nah, man. I'm not trying to compete with them for the SEO, and I'm not trying to deal with some fucking trademark bullshit. So we got to come up with another name. One of the top contenders is Quotani. How do you feel about Quotani? I don't think it's bad. Yeah, I think I'm okay with it. Walter and Quotani are about managing balances and quotas as a service. So the product I'm building right now, you may have seen that we were doing some planning based upon the monetization and the amount of events per month or the amount of keywords that a user has. Those are things that we would want to manage using what is currently known as Walter. The product formerly known as Walter. We'll adopt a symbol. How about that one? It worked for Prince. It worked for Prince. But yeah, I kind of like Quotani. A little bit, but like I am not directly connecting to Stripe or any of that shit. That is still up to you. And I think I'm really happy with that decision to not tie myself to one provider. That was the original goal with Walter, just to abstract out Stripe basically. But instead, there's another product called Get Autumn that was recently funded by Y Combinator. And wait, is it not Get Autumn? Oh, it's Use Autumn. Oh, shit. So, damn, like, Get Autumn and Use Autumn already have problems. Like, you know, like bullshit. But, so yeah, Autumn is trying to be your software as a service billing provider specifically for Stripe to create any pricing model you want and all that bullshit. I think they have a fantastic product on their hands, like, and they were backed by Y Combinator, but their total addressable market is so much smaller than if they were not Stripe bound. Whereas Walter could service Steam, could service iOS, could service the Android App Store. I don't give a shit how you're doing the billing part. I don't give a fuck about the billing. Instead, I want to handle the quotas. And by being so general, maybe I don't have a good niche, but I do think my TAM is much larger. Much larger. So, I don't know. Good luck to Autumn for proving out the business model. If they can be even moderately successful, I could get investment for Walter just based upon like showing like, yeah, look at these guys. And yeah, way less hassle. Yeah. Wrapping Stripe is definitely a legitimate business, but it's just a smaller TAM. If you want to use Paddle, if you want to use anything, I don't give a shit because I'm not touching that. Now, it does mean that the value I provide is maybe less. Lightspeed, I get it. honestly, what I'm building with Walter is probably superfluous to you as well. So I don't know. You're like the hardest customer to convince. And I'm okay with that, you know. You can't convert every single user. I really do think game developers are a really good target market because they're not back end devs, they're not web devs. Anything you can do to make their life easier while they're still collecting their money through the platform that they're intricately tied to, like Steam, boom. Like, yeah, like, come on. So, yeah, I think Autumn nails it for the indie devs that can use Stripe. And then Walter, my product, not this product, the goal is to satisfy users that are outside of the Stripe like user base. And that is still like a pretty major target market. However, I don't know if what I'm building is actually providing value until I dog food it into the thing we're currently building right now. Like a sane dev could just build out what Walter is trying to do. But anytime they're spending doing that, they're not shipping actual like features. They're shipping their own billing bullshit. They're shipping their own just bullshit in general, you know? And that's the entire point of software as a service. Could you launch quicker if you consume something else? So the key is, can I dog food Walter in some way that makes this worthwhile? Maybe some play on invoice could be an angle. I don't want to do invoiced. In my opinion, invoicing is actually an anti-pattern. And there are actually a bunch of companies pursuing the invoice aspect, right? Like Lago, Lago, or Get Lago, I think is their website. They're already doing the invoice thing. There's a bunch of companies pursuing the invoice model of that same thing. So again, I don't think it's the right angle because it's already occupied. Is Estimate a thing? I've never even heard of Estimate, but all right. I have no idea, man. We are at 8 p.m. though. Oh, you're saying it's like a new name and I could totally use it. I have not considered anything that has a number in the name. But it's not a bad idea. Like, it's doable. I know, it's probably taken already. Exactly. Numbers are actually like a decent market. There's like 0.dev. Kind of genius. Oh, you're saying for the name, some play on invoice, but I just simply think invoice is not the thing I'm trying to build. It's more about like a wallet, right? Or a quota, which is why Quotani sounds pretty good to me. And I own Quotani.com, so we could totally do that. But I'm still just not 100% sold. I've got like 3 domains I locked down. I also have a list of others I should look at. And I just haven't pulled a trigger on any of them. It's like this dude's like super lazy or something. I don't get it. It's like he smokes weed or something. The music video for this song is crazy. All right, so yeah, I think we're at a good point. We've done some good work today. We want to think about how this layout changes. I believe events and the number behind it end up going inline. We might need to start listing out like the new events versus the last time you looked. God, this is a good fun song. But yeah, no, I need to think about how the layout here changes. I also want to show the notifications you have set up somewhere. And then, yeah, maybe this drop down ends up having like an edit notifications option, right? And then edit notifications would have a pop-up in which you can select the notifications you care about, but we would also end up having like a notifications page in which you define and can add and delete and blah, blah, blah. Like some of that stuff. And yeah, I'm really curious about where our eventual bottlenecks will be. Yeah, I would say aggregate per day, like that's a nice idea, but it's not something required. You know, like it's a really nice to have, but I don't want to focus on nice to haves. So yeah, something we could do. But yeah. These query times are also not ideal, not the best case, like because we don't get a good feel for how long this stuff could really take in production. So at some point, we're going to have to just get shit in there and get it pushed up and see what the hell happens. Like, why not? I do like the fact that most of this is sub 1 millisecond. And if it's running on the same machine, we would probably be within like an order of magnitude still. Yeah, no worries there, standard error. Yeah, so I think we're at a good point. We've been doing some brainstorming and chatting, and really we're like towards the end of stream anyway. It's late. We've always got tomorrow. The database spiking is not ideal. Wait, what is that from, Cotter? Is that like a Michael Jackson reference? Like any Are You Okay style? Like I don't know. No, older than that, I have no idea then. All right, Cotter. So come on, give us the reference while we decide and figure out who we go raid. Because, yeah, I got work to do tonight. I'm going to cook some food. It's going to be... Ooh, Juicebox Hero's going. Yeah, we're going to go raid Juicebox Hero. But yeah. Tomorrow. Okay, yeah. Like Annie. Okay, got it. Yeah. Yeah, I get it now. Cotter, if you're making a reference like that, don't forget to take your medication. All right, so yeah, we're going to go raid Juicebox Hero. It's nice to see them streaming again. What are they even doing? Their title doesn't tell us, and I'm okay with that. That's fine. I guess we'll go find out. But real quick, I'm going to kill this server so that I don't burn out the WebSocket connection or something. But let's go say hi to Juicebox Hero, and I'll see some of y'all over on Gaming Stream. Tonight will just be coding, right? I'll be co-working with y'all. If I could type. So yeah, we'll be co-working over there. YouTube, thank y'all for hanging out. We had a great night. We got a little distracted towards the end. I'm okay with it.